from cough and it cannot speak. It means that the voiceless cannot speak. Because if you are the voice to the voiceless, then it means that if you suffer or if you are hit, then the voiceless cannot speak. So we have to empower each and everybody in our community to speak for themselves. Then giving support to policy and persuading those with power to act in support of the policy at local, national, and international levels. We all know that there are different layers of power. We have the university managers, we have the Ministry of Education, we have Parliament, or you have Cabinet, you have a Senate in some countries, you have the Cabinet and Executive. All these layers have different powers and they have a different role to play. And we have a duty to make sure that we persuade them to take action. Then we have gaining and exercising power to influence political action. We have organizing efforts by academic staff to influence the formulation and implementation of public policies and programs by persuading and pressuring state authorities, international financial institutions, and other powerful actors. In other words, back home, when you look at all the members of the academy, when you look at all the members of staff, the academic staff in your universities, they are a strong pillar for advocacy. Once we empower them, once we train them, once we support them, they are able to make or influence certain decisions at different levels. And we have a duty to make sure that we support them. Number 5, advocacy is about organizing meetings and building power at the base. These meetings enable, leaders to mobilize, ignore that migrant, leaders to mobilize their constituencies and build power in their communities. Just a simple question. How many meetings have we organized back home? How many times do we meet as staff to discuss a number of topical issues about academic freedoms, about the freedoms, and when we organize them, how many participate? In some countries, I know that it is even harder to talk about organizing a topical discussion on freedom. In some universities, it is hard to organize a discussion on freedom. Freedom of expression, academic freedom. You'll even try to get some discussants and you can't get them. So it is very challenging that when we are talking about organizing meetings or building power, that is what it means, that we have to start small and build incrementally. Organizing or educating legislators and university leaders, the policy makers. We need to target university managers and train them. We need to target legislators and train them about academic freedom, to understand academic freedom, to understand all the related freedoms that citizens ought to enjoy or have to enjoy to be to live a dignifying life. Then, of course, we have educating the public, particularly the legislators and other decision makers. Let's talk about a university. I'm looking at the University of Ghana here. Let's look at the community around us. Do you ever imagine that the community around us doesn't know what is happening in the university? Do we ever imagine that even the people staying in the university don't know what is happening in the university? That should the freedoms of staff be attacked, they don't know what to do. Just imagine if you collapse and someone doesn't know the first aid to give you. We are just here. If someone collapses, do we know the first aid we have to provide? Certainly many of us know, right? But do you ever imagine that all the people that are in this university, many of them don't know about academic freedom? What do we do to make sure that we build that critical mass for citizens and for the public to understand the importance of academic freedom? We have to educate the public. We have to organize these discussions. The discussion should not only center about the faculty, they need to be broadened so that the public can understand what academic freedom is all about. We have to do research. I liked Somalia. Yesterday in our presentation, Somalia presented the findings of a study. on academic freedom in their country. We have to do research and produce relevant resources that reflect the real story of academic freedom in our countries. We have to support each other to make sure that we create a strong and vibrant force by first of all having informed findings. And this is something we have to do. We have to organize staff general meetings and assemblies. We have no choice but to regularly organize. Yesterday I said we either organize or agonize. We shall continue in agony if we don't organize. So we have to organize meetings and to make sure that we constantly engage staff and mobilize them to raise awareness about academic freedom. Then we have regulatory frameworks, that activities that aim at taking action at the universities to comply with existing laws on academic freedom. We need to look at the laws and the policies of the university and at the national level and constantly track where they fail in terms of academic freedom. We raise such issues, and where they are strong, we adhere to these laws and policies. Of course, advocacy also involves training of staff associations. We are here. This is the beginning, that we are training you to go and train others, and when you go back home, organize further trainings. If you need support, let us know where we can come in online. Technology has eased a number of things. It's a matter of dropping an email and say, Robert, hey, can you facilitate an online training? Or you just reach out to your neighbor, just get their contacts and say, can you facilitate this training online and share experiences within your country so that we can train our members to make sure that we can build a strong force. Like when you see that date, I put that date as a reminder. On 13th October 2022, our association internally organized a discussion on academic growth and academic freedom. This is something that we intend to continue rolling out. 12, litigation. I put the word with caution in red. Litigation. That when things fail, when we pursue, advocate, and things are not working out, we go to the courts, we litigate, we sue the responsible agencies to respond. I added the word with caution because we must be extremely careful. In some countries, the judicial system can be used to stampede staff associations. Academic freedom, in many cases, is an industrial relations matter. It is part of our job. They can use courts to stampede and curtail the freedoms in some countries. So we have to be extremely careful that there are some matters we never take to court, and there are matters that we can take to court. Out of experience back home, there are matters I cannot take to court. We shall fight heads on until I win or you lose, but there are certain things I will not take to court. Because I know once I take it to court, they can use court to legislate. They can use court to pass a judicial decision, and once the court has issued a judgment, then I have lost the game. So that's why I said with caution. Lobbying, like as I said, advocate for or against specific legislation or a university policy reform. Back home, we have some policy reforms that are curtailing freedoms, academic freedoms, and because we all know that we are in a neoliberal era, most of the policies that are being adopted in the university are trying to reflect the neoliberal tendencies of an open market, and these are largely affecting teaching, learning, and research, and their core functions of the faculty. And this is where we try to use lobbying. When lobbying fails, then we use litigation, but with care. So let's look at the advocacy process. If we want to undertake any form of advocacy, we must define our goal. every advocacy, every intended advocacy has a goal. And a successful advocacy campaign will look different depending on the issue and the or establishing an organization or blocking a piece of legislation. Sometimes a law can be in the offing in your country which wants to curtail academic freedom. Or the university wants to adopt a policy which policy can be used against you in terms of academic freedom. So advocacy the goal can be intended to raise awareness. It can be about establishing an organization. An advocacy goal statement should do the following. One, reflecting on the findings from the documentation phase. Of course, before you craft a goal, we expect you to review documents. And then two, it should be developed in collaboration with partners and other stakeholders. It is always better not to advocate alone. Work with different partners. Now we have ECAF. As we go on board, we are supposed to work with other sister associations in our countries to make sure that we build a strong force, express the desired change in terms of human rights language. Academic freedom is a right. And that's why we need to be mindful of how we state the goal that we want, the advocacy goal that we are setting out to achieve. Number two, once we have set the goal, then we must develop a strategy. How shall we achieve this goal? The strategy must inform us. And that after the goal is established, the advocate should design the strategy for achieving it. You should ask this question. What needs to change to ensure that academic freedom is protected? Who has the power to make the change to happen? What capacity is lacking that will make the change happen? Then, of course, each step of the strategy will draw available tactics, such as those described in the chapter below. One, we need to identify what needs to change to remedy the human rights violation or abuse, that is freedom of expression, academic freedom. Then we need to identify who has the power to fix the problem. Number three, we need to identify the obstacles that prevent the target from fulfilling their duty to respect and protect academic freedom. And that telling someone that they are failing in their obligation without also acknowledging that they lack capacity to succeed can lead to frustration. Do you remember the submission by a former vice chancellor here last evening? He should be around. Yes? He left? He's not here today. The former vice chancellor yesterday told us that you people, you are blaming us, right? But sometimes we also have limitations. While you are seeing us in these comfort seats, we also have limitations behind us. You need to understand our limitations so that we know where we are coming from, so that we work together to promote academic freedom. Don't blame me for something that is beyond me. For example, if a government adopts the legislation and I'm only a vice chancellor, do you expect me to change the law? No, I cannot change the law. I'm only a vice chancellor. And my role is to administer the policies of the government. The vice chancellor of the University of Ghana here has a duty to make sure that all the laws and the policies of the land in light of management of the university are adhered to. So if you want to change, work with us so that don't blame us. Rather, work with us so that we can change certain things. That's something that we need to take. Of course, when we talk about capacity, we are talking about obligation. If there is a limited capacity, the legal and moral duty to act, what should the responsible authority do to end the violation of academic freedom? And what legal standards define the obligation? And what legal standards are missing? Sometimes the legal standards may be missing. There could be an omission in the law. Then, of course, motivation, the will to act. That why is the responsible authority failing to fulfill the obligations? Or what or who can hold them accountable? Then, of course, we have the authority. the power to act? Does the responsible authority have the power to carry on their obligations? Sometimes they may not, because of the structural limitations of the law. Then do they have the resources? You are telling me, for example, that I'm a university manager, I should organize an academic freedom discussion every year so that staff can come and discuss this matter. But what if I don't have a budget for this? And I'm only running a university that doesn't have this budget. So this is something that we need to think together. Number 3, we must think about the leadership and organizational structure for advocacy. When structuring an advocacy effort, associations should take into account the capacity and expertise, relationships that can be leveraged or might be threatened, and the mission of the organization. In some cases, the group that undertook monitoring and documentation that I mentioned earlier may take the lead on advocacy. And in other cases, we can identify others to lead. Just let's look at the national level. If we are a national union, if we are a national association, and want to advocate for academic freedom, we need to ask ourselves, who will take the lead? Do they have the capacity to take the lead? Because not everyone can take the lead. There should be a point of reference in case of contact. In case there is a need for contact, there has to be a lead point so that others are part of the group, but there has to be the leadership. The questions leaders should ask themselves when deciding on the leadership structure for an advocacy are: 1, is the implementation effort best led by a single organization? Sometimes you may find that it is not ideal for a campaign to be led by one organization. Sometimes the campaign may be led by one organization and then others are part of the group. 2, is the coalition needed to build support and exercise the needed power? For example, do we need a coalition at a regional level? Do we need a coalition at a subnational level so that we can build a strong force? A matter may be affecting different countries. Maybe we have been here and we have realized that actually we have a challenge, and as a continent, we need to build different blocks. For example, do we need ECAF to take the lead at the national level, at the regional level? 2, do we need subnational structures or sub-regional structures to take the lead at the sub-regional level and work with ECAF? 3, do we need national chapters to lead the associations in the respective countries? These are the questions we normally ask ourselves when we are trying to look at the leadership of the advocacy. And lastly, what natural or new alliances can be fostered? Do we think we can stop at the regional level, Africa, and we succeed in this battle? What natural or new alliances can be fostered? That is something that we need to think about. When we are done with the leadership and management, we must evaluate our capacity. What is our capacity to develop and implement our advocacy strategy for academic freedom? An organization should evaluate its capacity to carry out a specific advocacy strategy. Even at individual level, we do plans, isn't it? But we have to evaluate ourselves in terms of capacity, how to execute the plans that we have. Similarly, at this level, associations should ask and assess themselves in terms of 1, ability to interact constructively with the government. 2, the willingness and commitment to coalition building with other groups. Now this is the point. Number 1 and number 2 are very critical. The success of any advocacy campaign for academic freedom or even any other intervention can only and largely be based on number 1 and number 2. Ability to interact constructively with the government, because it's the duty bearer, it's the one holding the policies, it's the one holding the card to amending the policies and the laws. and the willingness as well as the commitment to coalition building with other groups. Number 3, knowledge of the functioning of judicial, legislative, and executive power. Don't run an advocacy campaign when we do not know this, because the judicial, the legislative, and executive functions are very key in our advocacy. I told you something when I talked about litigation, that litigate with care. You go there, they stampede you. That is the number 1. So when you have knowledge of functioning judicially, the functioning of the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive in your country, then it means that you can easily work with others to find out what is happening in their countries, and you discuss how best you can champion your message. In-depth understanding of the political context. In-depth understanding of the political context. Yesterday in our discussion, when we were discussing about academic freedom in our group, East Africa, one of the members said, while you are talking about academic freedom, for us we are talking about peace and security as number 1. So academic freedom becomes a luxury where there is no peace and security. And another person is telling you that, look, for us our evolution is shaping our country and academic freedom. You wake up today, you have a president, he sacks a vice president and turns him into a private. A person who has been a general and someone becomes a private. Now, do you expect, if you are having too much expectation in terms of academic freedom, then you must place that within the context of the country. You must know the political context of the country, not underscoring the fact that we must constantly engage. We cannot lose it all. We must be in constant engagement to make sure that these gains are not lost. Because in any country, there will always be gains. We cannot say that all is lost, but we are at different levels, we are at different stages, and therefore we have to constantly engage. Access to research, information, and capacity to utilize it to inform policy making. Can we access research? Can we use the research to inform our policies on academic freedom? Can we use this research to inform our legislation? Then clearly define roles and responsibilities of individuals and organizations. When we are going to evaluate capacity, we need to look at the different roles and responsibilities of the different individuals. You can assign a role to an association that cannot manage that role. The advocacy will collapse. If you have a campaign and you want to undertake it and you are assigning it to an association that cannot handle, then you know that that angle is dead. And you need to be objective. Don't say because we are trying to do a participatory inclusion to make sure that the different parts of the country are included, all these associations are included. Yes, you'll include them. But at some point, you will lose that angle because the association does not have the capacity to run that. That is something we need to be alive to. Then we have the human and financial resources to accomplish the advocacy goal. Every advocacy requires the human and financial resources to do this. At the national level, we have a duty to build a strong workers' movement to mobilize the resources to achieve certain targets in terms of academic freedom, in terms of workers' rights. And as we go back home, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we progressively work towards making our national associations self-sustaining. It may not happen today, but it should be a progressive undertaking. You may not achieve it in your term, but even those that will come after you should find this plan, and it is important that we make these associations self-sustaining. When the associations are self-sustaining, then they have the capacity to engage at the national level. Once they are able to engage at the national level, then it means that there will be also resources to engage at the sub-regional level or at the regional level. This is something that we need to know about this. As I can speak, I am aware that Prof. Kwajo, alongside this discussion, I am aware there is a discussion here in Accra of public service trade unions in Africa, here in Accra. and we have a representative from Uganda who came here. They found themselves to come here and do this job. So it is a progressive undertaking that at the national level, we must build strong academic staff associations that are self-financing. And that's when we can be able to achieve our advocacy goals. Then, of course, number 5, in the process, we frame and carry the message. When we have done everything from number 1 and number 4, we carry the message. A clear and cohesive message is invaluable. Trust me. Once you have a clear message, once you have a cohesive message, you are next, or you are towards the tail end of the advocacy. Not only will it provide decision makers a clear point of focus, it will help to keep staff, volunteers, and allies focused. Once you have a clear message, everyone will be aligned to that message. Everyone will buy that message. Everyone will support the cause because they will see that it's the right thing to do. It's the noble thing to do. If and when advocates are working within a coalition, it is especially important for everyone to use the same message. Let's be consistent. If we have developed a message at the national level, it is the same message that all unions in the respective universities should use. It is the same message that everyone, wherever you go, should use. Let's not develop counter messages because we may end up watering down our message. And advocates should craft a message that resonates with the target audience of the advocate or the advocacy effort. And there is no one-size-fits-all message. All activists should consider what will motivate the target, a person or entity with power to make the desired change. When we are crafting this message, we need to be mindful that we are dealing with human beings. Yes. We need to be mindful that we are dealing with human beings. Where I come from, there is a saying that no harm intended, please. Where there is an epileptic person, you don't fold your hand. Like when you are walking and you meet an epileptic person, you don't fold your hands. That person may think that you are mocking them. What do I mean? We are dealing with politicians. You go to a president and you tell him that you have been in power for 20 years. You have failed to sort this problem. Do you expect him to sort your issue? Yes? Or you go to a president or you meet a minister and you tell him, but you know, you had problems, issues, it's only me who sorted them. So are you coming here to pull me down? We have to be mindful of the message that we are taking. And by the way, now this is out of experience. The consistency I talked about is important. Along the way, it is easy to divert you. Did you know that? As you craft your message, it is easy for the government to divert you. You go for academic freedom and they tell you, by the way, I know we have a balance of your salary enhancement. Can we talk about this? You have come for academic freedom and now they tell you, know what? They have not fulfilled your salary, so they want to take you to salary. Then they blackmail you if you fail to change your strategy. You see, your leaders, they don't want you. We are calling them to discuss salary. They are talking about academic freedom. And even when they know that at the back of the mind, they don't want to enhance your salaries, but rather they are diverting you. Isn't it common? You go for this, they bring another topic. So we must be consistent in our engagement. We must be focused. If we sort out, sometimes I go for negotiations with government. You go for this, along the way you hear they are introducing another topic indirectly. They want you to catch the fire, and then you leave this so that they divert you. You have gone for this discussion, you come out with a different resolution, and then if you refuse, they still blackmail you and say, you know what? These people don't wish your welfare well. When they came, we told them that we discussed this, they refused it. So, be mindful of that. A well-written goal statement should be readily adaptable to human rights-based messages. Now, here, I maintained the word human rights-based messages. I'm trying to look at participation, non-discrimination, participation, non-discrimination and inclusion. I'm looking at empowerment of the staff and adherence to the laws and the policies of the land. How do staff participate? How do members participate in the development of the message? How do we ensure that there is non-discrimination? How do we ensure that the message is empowering to all our members? How do we make sure that the message is adhering to the laws and policies, both international, regional, and national? Mobilization and action. Now we have the message, we have to mobilize the members to take action. Mobilization and action phase is the outcome of an effective goal and objective development and is linked with communication and education. It requires mobilizing constituents, the public and stakeholders to act on the issue, and then we consider who is the responsible authority and how they will listen, and that will the target respond to widespread public pressure, or will a private word from an influential leader be more effective? Now I'm looking at those two aspects. One is, do we need widespread mobilization where people can let go on a demonstration or on a TV to demonstrate, or you go behind and look for a minister, you meet him in his garden at home. You say, Honorable, we have this concern. We know that when you listen to us when taking your coffee in the sitting room, you listen to us better. Honorable Minister of Education, we have this concern. Listen to us. We request for this. Now, the two approaches can be used either interchangeably or together, because we must look at what can yield the results in terms of mobilization and action. A minister that you meet today in his living room, when he goes to cabinet tomorrow to discuss this matter, will be a different minister that you have not met. Because at least you have some consensus, you have some agreements, you will agree and disagree before he goes to present the matter. True or false? True. A vice chancellor you meet today in his office as an individual, when he's presenting this matter to the university council, is different from a vice chancellor you have not met. Do we agree? Because the understanding is different. While we have been saying that they come from us, yes, they come from us, but once they occupy this seat, they are not selling ice cream. They are not. They are not selling ice cream to make everyone happy. They are in this position to influence and to implement the decisions of the government. They also have bosses, the university council. They must listen to the councils. They need their jobs. True or false? The one who has said true, when he becomes a vice chancellor, you know what will happen. Okay. It requires mobilization of constituents, the public, and the stakeholders. No harm intended to that vice chancellor. I wish you well in your vice chancellorship, but I'm trying to say that, look, this is the reality. When you sit in, it is a different seat. And I told, someone was asking me, but Robert, with all this boldness in the staff association, what do you eat? I told him, just come here and occupy this seat. You also do the same things I do, because it will put you into the position where you can not go back, but you must move forward and ask these hard questions. Will the target respond to widespread public pressure, or will a word from an influential leader be more effective? Design a mobilization strategy and a target. We must mobilize and we must have a target. We must know who is influential, who can make a decision, and how do we reach out to them to make sure that we get this. And by the way, this mobilization is not at the national level only. Professor Kwajo, this is mobilization must take place at a regional level, at a sub-regional level. It must take place at different levels of mobilization, including the grassroots where we come from. This is something that we need to think about. Now, during this phase, the following activities may occur. 1, recruiting advocacy volunteers, building coalitions of partner organizations and institutions. We have to build coalitions and alliances. We must educate staff, volunteers, and stakeholders about the goals, objectives, and tactics of the advocacy. We must carry out the advocacy strategy and plan. We must take legal and political actions where necessary. At some point, you will not avoid legal actions. At some point, you will not avoid political actions. But taking action with interested and affected groups to secure change. Then we must monitor and evaluate. We must continually re-examine and adapt to the advocacy plan and messages. We must always reflect on our messages and our actions, because this is an ongoing engagement. Now, 6, we measure progress towards the achievement of the goal. When we have done everything, we must always measure our achievements. Are we progressing, or we are not making any headway? Do we need to change strategy as we measure? Because you may measure and find that in 1 year or 6 months, you have not moved an inch. Do you have to continue with the same strategy, or you have to change strategy? That is something we need to think about. That any advocacy plan should include an ongoing measurement of progress towards the goals and objectives. The evaluation, both throughout the effort and its conclusion, helps the advocate to understand what is working and identify when adaptation is needed. Regular collection of evaluation information should be focused on producing useful feedback and effectiveness of the advocacy effort. Evaluations can measure the impacts achieved, such as the policy goals accomplished, such as the passages or blocking of a proposed legislation. A law may be in the offing and you block it. They may be intending to adopt a policy and you block it. You have achieved. Trust me. Sometimes people think that to achieve you are pulling many things down. No. You can achieve that small thing. It's an achievement to block a legislation, I can tell you. You meet a minister and you convince him and say, Honorable, this thing is going to affect the future of this country. It is going to affect academia. It is going to affect this. Just look at this. If a teacher does not teach this, or if a teacher does not do this, how do you expect to run this country? Then the minister understands and drops the idea, or says, let me halt this as I study the matter. Before they realize it, the president makes a cabinet reshuffle and they are taken away. So these are some of the things that we have to gain. The general tactics for increasing influence. I said that by the end of this, we need to learn some of these tactics. 1, we must grow support and alliances. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot work alone. I can repeat this. You will not work alone. ECAF, you will not work alone. Scholars at risk, you will not work alone. We must work together. We must build, support, grow it, and make sure that we have alliances. An attack on one should be an attack on all of us. Yes. It will be unfortunate that we leave this place today and tomorrow, the next day, one of us here is suspended for raising critical issues regarding the governance of the university. Where I come from in my university, I can comment on all other aspects, but should I address the press about the university, they will tell you, you are not the spokesperson of the university. Come here for disciplinary action. So there are many salient issues that are affecting us. But for me, when I go back home, I tell them I'm the chair. I'm raising these matters as the chairperson of the Academic Staff Association. These are matters of staff. Then they tell me, please focus on welfare of staff only. I tell them, no, I'm not focusing on welfare alone. I'm focusing on all these salient issues that are affecting my members. So have concrete understanding of the target political system. You will not succeed if you don't understand the political system you are working with. I mentioned this earlier. Urge others to write and advocate the same position and build a unified front. If you're working on something, share it with Kenya, share it with Tanzania, share it with Malawi, share it with Nigeria. Let the message blow everywhere. They say, what is happening? Before they realize it, the pressure is too much and they drop the idea. Say, hey, you people, you know, there is this saying in, I think in Nigeria, you can steal a community drum. Eh? But where to drum it from is a problem. Eh? It is easy to steal a community drum, but where will you play it from? So if the leaders want to steal a community drum, or if the university managers want to steal it, let them steal it, but they should hide it. They should not drum it on top of our heads. Some of us have already lost the hair. Where will they drum it from? Use all the communication platforms available to support the goal. We must use all the available communication platforms. In my country, Facebook was banned, but there is WhatsApp, there is Twitter, there is Instagram, there is, and I know even in some of your countries, some of these social media handles could have been blocked, but some are there. We need to use the available platforms. Members, number 5, take the long view. These things can tear and wear you down. Don't expect to achieve results in 1 week and that after 1 week you evaluate yourself and you think you have not made any progress. No. For us back home, our message is we take things from a long view perspective. To the extent that if I fail to win, I will tell the next person sitting in my chair, I tell you, please, are you coming, but are you facing this problem? You must continuously fight to make sure that we reach the promised land. And should you fail to achieve, please put it in your handover report and let your successor take it over. Number 6, people who are most directly affected by the policy should participate. Members, when something is affecting certain members, let's not pretend to be the voices to the voiceless. Yes. If people are not ready to stand up for a cause to a certain level, you are fighting a losing battle. Yes. I always have a question to different organizations when I'm supporting them to develop strategic plans. If we close the shop today, who will miss you? Some organizations may not be missed. If your association closed today, who will miss you? If nobody will miss you, then you are no longer relevant. You must review your strategy. You must review your mission. You must review your approach. The same thing. The people will understand the importance also of the message once they participate in it. Find a way of bringing the affected persons on board. Staff, students should all understand the importance of academic freedom, and they should be at the helm of defending academic freedom. At least find a way of bringing them on board. Associations should have regular meetings and continuous information sharing. It is damaging to any coalition effort when members of the coalition, either because of lack of leadership or poor or inadequate communication strategies, do not act in a coordinated manner with a singular message. That there should be regular meetings to review and reflect on your actions. At times, leaders may emerge whose goals are not in line with the overall advocacy strategy. When this occurs, it is important to discuss the diverging goals in private rather than in front of the target audience of the advocacy. Where I come from, we do traditional marriages, and we are all Africans. Sometimes they ask for bride price. When you are negotiating, you first step out and say, shall we afford these cows? Or shall we afford this? True? Shall we afford what they are asking for? I'm talking to Africans, not Jack. Shall we afford these cows? Then you withdraw. Say, I think we can give them 7 instead of 8, and we insist. And then we tell them if this will not happen, then we close the marriage. They also have something to lose. So you go back and then you agree. After agreeing, you say, now, sometimes you may be in a session. Sometimes you may be in a session and a divergent view emerges, right? Don't disagree there. First, withdraw. First, withdraw. Step out. Agree to disagree. Then you come back with the harmonized position, and then you face the duty bearers. Specific advocacy tactics. Public education. We must educate the public. We must use the media. We must lobby the legislative and the political aspects. We must advocate the targeting business. We must look at the business we are dealing with. Let's look at the issue that we are dealing with and stick to that. Let's use the social media tools for advocacy. We can't avoid them. More than ever, let's be coordinated. Let's use the social media tools. Now, there are skills we need. One, we must be strong. We must have strong communication and interpersonal skills. We must have knowledge of academic freedom standards and international, regional, and national mechanisms. I'm told of a coffee expert who went to supervise coffee in a particular region. When he reached there, there was a certain brand of coffee they had not seen, and then they asked, what is this? But you are a coffee expert. You have come to analyze coffee, and you don't know a type of coffee, and then you're asking, which flowers are these? But this is coffee. Now, we are going to talk about academic freedom, but you don't know the different aspects of academic freedom. You even don't know the different strands, the different principles. You even don't know that probably even that freedom is provided for in the Constitution, but you are coming as an expert to talk about academic freedom. We must know these standards. Research and analytical skills. We must do research. Things are changing, the trends are changing. Academic freedom in the 1990s, academic freedom in 2000, the views, the perceptions, the attitudes, the legal frameworks, things change. And we must be able to do research continuously to undertake this. We must have advocacy and negotiation skills to influence policy and practice. We can't avoid this. We must have emotional resilience. Now, this is a killer. From what I listened to your respective countries, my brother, Kenneth from Kenya, from what I heard from you, from what I've heard from different countries, we must have emotional resilience. We must be strong emotionally. We should not give up. Today, I always tell people, when you're playing football and someone scores 2 goals, and you see them giving you the third, and you're still on 0, you must be strong enough to come back and make 4 out of 3. True or false? But it's possible. It is possible. I've seen it happen that a team can come from behind from 3, they score 4, and they win with a 4 out of 3. It's just a matter of remaining strong. They score you 3, you remain strong, you come back, you hit them 1, you use the 1 to leverage the 2nd, you hit them the 3rd, before they realize you get a penalty, you win the game. Emotional resilience. And this is happening in many countries. The government sometimes is tough. The university managers are tough. But just look at one way of scoring. And once you score that, gain the courage, gain the strength to win something. 6, strategic thinking and problem solving. There will be problems that need strategic thinking. You can't avoid this. All members are looking at you. You are the leaders of the staff associations. They expect strategic thinking. They expect you to solve problems. You are like a class monitor sometimes. True or false? Here you see this one, they are denying me a contract, they are denying me a promotion, they are denying me this, and then here we are coming, Robert and Kwajo are telling you, we need now to talk about academic freedom, it's very important. But back home, there are many issues that are wearing you down. Must remain strategic, think, and know that without academic freedom, even what you're talking about can be lost. Collaboration and networking skills. Ladies and gentlemen, more than ever, you cannot achieve alone. We cannot achieve alone. We must collaborate, we must network. Cultural competence and sensitivity to work effectively in diverse contexts. Members, there are different aspects, different cultures in our universities, and how we work with the different stakeholders matters a lot. Documentation and reporting. Please, never forget to document every process. Never forget to document every process. Many associations don't have records. I repeat, many associations don't have records. If I came to visit you, I can get surprised. How did I know? Because I know. I've been in this business for 7 years. It's what I do. I joined as a general secretary. I know what I found in my association as a general secretary. But ask me from the time I joined as a general secretary, every record, every meeting, I will tell you I have a record for that. Every correspondence, I have a record. Even messages that you least expect that are flying on social media, I print and put it on a particular file for future reference. Do you do that? Or you allow documents to fly, then tomorrow when you need that document, you can't get it. A president is set in another university. You think that this document is for another university. You just see it flying on another social media, you don't pick it, print and put it on file. I want to emphasize this: print. Store a soft copy, but print. That phone can be stolen. That laptop, some owners can borrow it. You know how we do it in Africa. You are walking, someone borrows your phone, not to return it. You are walking, someone borrows your laptop, not to return it. What do? You have the soft copy, yes. What will you do with that? They have borrowed it, they are taking it, they will never return it. Permanento. So we have to look at that. Records. Once we have records, let's report to our members. Any success, report it to the members. Even a failure, you tell it to them and tell them we can strategize. We have failed here, but we can strategize. Tell them. Lastly, digital skills. Many of us here, we last visited the Twitter 10 years ago, from when it was established and we opened the Twitter account. Many of us don't have accounts on the key social media platforms. How shall we influence? How shall we? I know we have many activities that are weighing us down. I'm not blaming you on this, because as academicians, our calling is somewhere, I know. Developing a theoretical framework, developing a conceptual framework, developing an analytical framework, reading a dissertation, reading a doctoral, developing an article. A professor in Oxford sent me an email. I have to develop this article, this correspondence. I have many pending on my email. But we must balance this and balance with our digital skills. We need to leverage data protection and leverage on social media. Once you are working on a sensitive matter of advocacy, you must protect your data. Don't take business as usual. Sometimes these issues are very sensitive that you must protect the data. Digital and continental and regional avenues, I may not go into these because we know them. We have the Kampala Declaration, we have these instruments, we have the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, we have the African Court on Human and People's Rights. I may not go into the nitty-gritties of these because these are already established frameworks. But at the national level, at the regional level, I want to put my emphasis on this. My emphasis on the African Coalition for Academic Freedom. How do we strengthen this coalition? It is already established. We have a president here. How do we strengthen it that at a regional level, we have a voice? You all came, not many of us didn't know about this voice. I think your first time was to see a call and then you responded, right? But now we are here. We have this voice. How do we leverage this voice? 2, we have the African Union. The strategic engagement to adopt a declaration on academic freedom. How do we engage them? First, so that they give us a declaration. Well aware that behind, we are masking a protocol to the African Charter on academic freedom. You see, when you're asking, I was told that when you're asking, be careful with what you ask for. I was discussing with Dr. BK on the first day, that when you're asking, ask for something small. Once they give it to you, you leverage. And someone told it to me that, you see, the problem with Robert, once he asks you for something here, you know that behind he's asking for something different that is coming. Give it to him. Before he leaves the table, he will present another agenda, because that will be solved. I also told them, if I have if I have come to ask for something, you have given it to me, that problem is already solved. Then when a problem is solved, it creates another problem. Then we go to another problem. So, how do we engage the African Union? To ask for a declaration on academic freedom. Because the declarations we have not been African Union based. They are institutional based. The Kampala Declaration, the Dar es Salaam Declaration, they are all institutions. They are from institutions. How can we collect them and we demand for the African Union declaration? Within the next 7-10 years, we ask for a protocol. Because this is work in progress. We must have the emotional resilience to know that we are not going to achieve this in one day, but it is progressive. But also, we can reach there and say we have these 2 choices. Choose one. There is no harm. For me, I have always told people, if I am given a chance to cut meat from a thigh of a cow, and you give me a chance, I cut what is enough for me, I go away. You can go with the 2 open choices. 2, the African Union. How can we ask for the African Union to advocate for the appointment of an African Union special rapporteur on academic freedom? Specifically on academic freedom. A special rapporteur. So that he or she can always appraise the African Union on matters of academic freedom, as and when there is a threat in a particular country. 3, advocate for inclusion of academic freedom indicators during the periodic review of the Agenda 2063. We have the Agenda 2063 with the different program documents that operationalize this agenda. How can we advocate for inclusion of indicators in the review of this agenda progressively? Next, African Commission on Human and People's Rights. How can we continuously sensitize them on the chilling effect of state or institutional interventions on academic freedom? To the extent that should this emerge, these panelists or judges or commissioners should know this. Lastly, on the regional level, is about the African peer review mechanism. The African peer review mechanism has different areas. And one area is on democracy and political governance. Democracy and political governance underlines different rights. How do we engage the Secretariat to ensure that they integrate or include principles and indicators of academic freedom under the African peer review mechanism for every country? It is something that is important that we need to think about if we are to achieve much. We need to litter everywhere. In other words, the presence must, someone may say, but aren't you targeting a lot? But how sure are you that if you target one, you'll achieve? You target this side, you send to the miseries. When you are sending invitations for a wedding in Africa, you didn't send it to one family. You send many so that a few can come. At the East African community level, at the regional level, members, I know some of us are coming from the East African community, others are coming from the economic community of West African states, others are coming from the common market of Eastern and Southern Africa, and mentioned that for wherever we are coming from, including SADC. I don't know the frameworks that are in this country, in these frameworks, but you know. How do we target these regional blocks where you are? For me, where I come from is the East African community. Remember, I'm not exhausting the other side because I don't know them. You know, I'm telling you a research gap. Let's focus on the East African community where I know. How do we train the members of the East African Legislative Assembly to understand the importance of academic freedom? These people came together to form the East African community. They are focused on different, they are focusing on business and how to ease business and how to make money. But money without academic freedom cannot be made well. Because sometimes I see them complaining over certain issues. We need academic freedom, and we can engage the East African Legislative Assembly to raise this. You can also sensitize the Legislative Assembly of your regional bloc to see how we can do this. 2, the East African Court of Human Rights, how would we train them on academic freedom? We have the Vision 2050 of the East African community. How would we target the review to make sure that in this review, we integrate aspects of academic freedom? Back at the regional level, we have the Inter-University Council of East Africa. How would we engage the Inter-University Council of East Africa to make sure that when the Vice Chancellors meet, one key on the agenda is to tell them about academic freedom and the shrinking space for academic freedom in their own respective universities, and that for one to be a member of this council, they should respect our academic freedom. Someone suspends a staff over academic freedom, the next day they are in the council. They have an air ticket, they are just going there to eat, to take some champagne. Establish and strengthen sub-regional academic staff associations. We cannot avoid establishing sub-regional staff associations. I know the disappointments we have at the national level, but we cannot avoid this if we are to coordinate ourselves, if we are to engage as a continent, if we are going to strengthen our structures, and this is something we can't postpone any further. Now, I started from the regional, the sub-regional, I go to the national. Now I'm going to Uganda. It is the one I know, my country. We must look at the normative or legal gaps in international and regional frameworks when they're being cascaded to the national level. We look at the structures or institutional frameworks where we have associations, the number of associations, and that many national associations are still weak. Once you have weak national associations, you would have a weak once you will have weak institutional associations, you will have a weak national association, you will have a weak sub-regional association, you will have a weak regional association. We look at the dictatorship and impunity in some countries and institutions, universities. Universities, I end with universities. In some universities, dictatorship is the order of the day. I say it here, even when I'm called on a national TV, I say it. Politicization of academic freedom. Back home, when you are independent and objective and you raise issues, the first thing they brand you is that you are an opposition. You belong to the opposition. This politicization is only aimed at weakening staff association. It is only aimed at undermining academic freedom. It is only aimed at undermining the cause of the people. 5, we have collaborators in the violation of academic freedom, and they are part of this room, and others, we've left them home. They are our friends. Collaborators. Yesterday, I talked about the fact that we are the problem. You are looking for a promotion. You look for a way of how to praise someone who is violating academic freedom. You are looking for a way how to gain the university funding for an opportunity somewhere. You have to clap when someone is doing something, when the leader is doing wrong, or in the name of collaboration. Collaborators are letting us down. And you know this, you know what I'm talking about. Weak academic staff associations that some leaders do not adequately comprehend their mandate. Some leaders are like matter. When I was studying science, they told me that matter is something that occupies space and has weight. I'm not hitting hard, but I'm hitting the reality. That we have some leaders of staff associations back home, their role is only to occupy positions. They don't understand their mandate. They cannot live up to their mandate. Their role is in constant fear of even the unknown. To the extent that some can even fear their shadows. That, oh, you are just walking and the shadow is bypassing you, and it's your own shadow and you just want to take off. You think that someone is against you. Limited honor funding for academic freedom activities. All these challenges, how do we deal with them? We must think, we must organize, we should not agonize. This is my last slide, to the best of my knowledge. Kwajo, if you are complaining in your heart, find it in your heart to forgive me. Sometimes I'm not a good time manager, but I think I tried. From yesterday's cohort or groups or regions, discuss the challenges to advocacy for academic freedom in your country or sub-region. Suggest recommendations on how to address these challenges and enhance academic freedom in your sub-region. Thank you very much.
And you thought I was complaining? No. I'm sure we all appreciate the wonderful presentation. So can we give another round of applause for Dr. Kakuru? Yes. I think he has lightened the room and made us positive. That yesterday the reports that were coming were a little bit gloomy, but today we've got some hope that we can do something. So without much ado, we have just about 30 minutes, which is good enough time. Mine is very short because it's done part of the work for me. So I'll take the rest of the 30 minutes to do my presentation, which is trying to look at an aspect of advocacy, which is the legal part of taking legal steps to be able to also drive home our demands and to achieve the goals that we set for ourselves. So basically, we are looking at what our human rights defenders and special procedures, the UPR, that's the Universal Periodic Review, and then the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So there are some mechanisms in here which we can go international. And the question is, when do we go international? And so when we go international is very important, because after we have exhausted the local remedies or the procedures at the domestic level, sometimes we raise our hands up in there and say, oh no, there's nowhere else to go. Dr. Kakuru talked about where there may be collusion between the courts, or the courts are manipulated in such a way that we are not sure of making headway or making progress. And so where do we go? And as we know, international law is now, states are not the only actors in international law now, as it used to be. There are other actors like individuals and institutions and groups of people that are also entitled to enjoy to be part of academic freedom in the name of human rights. But states remain the predominant actors. And states are also the major violators of human rights, including academic freedom. States, for example, make the treaties on human rights and academic freedom. And they make them on behalf of individuals and institutions like universities and so on. And then they say that, and the international law says that states, you made the law, the international law, comply with it so that individuals can join. It creates some kind of conflict because they made the laws and then you turn around and say implement them for the good of the individuals. Meanwhile, we know when we go into politics, we know that politics sometimes about self-interest. So regime interests and so on dictate that they can make the laws at the international level and will not allow for implementation at the domestic level. So they'll get all the credit at the international level. Say that, oh, this country is the first country to have signed this treaty and ratified it and so on. But domestically, it's not being applied. And so how do we find some gaps and some opportunities in the international system that we can use also to make sure that we can achieve what we want to achieve if we have to go outside the confines of our countries? For example, Dr. Kakru talked about a special rapporteur on academic freedom for Africa, or having a specific protocol on academic freedom. ECAF has engaged, there's a special rapporteur on freedom of expression. And having combed through that document, I realized that it has not a single reference to the university. It has not a single reference to academic freedom. But we know the strong relationship that exists between academic freedom and freedom of expression. So it is important we make a headway into how we can ensure that. In fact, one of our projects we are doing now is to review the key documents of the African Commission and see where academic freedom should be, but are not there. And then we can say, we can suggest useful, we can provide useful suggestions to the Commission to deal with. So we have engaged the rapporteur on freedom of expression, as well as the chair of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights, both of whom we invited, but because of the heavy schedule at the Commission, because of the recent session they completed, they couldn't come. But we have set the ball rolling, and we will definitely go through the other steps that are left. So in terms of, am I controlling it? Okay. So first of all, when we talk about academic freedom and the role of academic unions in it, it's very important for us to recognize that we are recognized in international law to do what we are doing. And first, we can go to the UDHR, that's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In one of its paragraphs in the preamble, it talks about individuals and every organ of society having a role to play in the promotion and respect for human rights and freedoms through teaching and education. And that is what we do. So we are given that recognition to do the project of promoting and respecting rights through our teaching and education. And when we go to the Human Rights Defenders Declaration, Article 5, it talks about the purpose of promoting and protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms. Everyone has a right, individually and in association with others. So individually and in association with others at the national and international levels. And that's why we talk about collaboration at the international level, among ourselves at the sub-regional level or continental level, to meet or assemble peacefully, to form, join, and participate in non-governmental organizations, associations, or groups, to communicate with non-governmental or intergovernmental organizations. So we have this legal backing at the international level in what we do, and therefore we should not feel that we can't go international, and we should not feel that there's no avenue for us at the international level. So when the domestic seems to be choked, when we are asked to exhaust local remedies, most of the international mechanisms, one of the trickeries of states is to introduce this concept of exhausting local remedies. That if you haven't started the case at any level and completed it to the Supreme Court level, for example, or the highest court in your country, you cannot go international. So when you go to these international tribunals, most of them will ask you, where is the indication that you have exhausted your local remedies? Okay. But sometimes states will put impediments in your way so that you can never go to the international level. Of course, international law, having seen that, has sought to find ways to say that in this situation, the state will never allow you to go to the international level. So two things. Either they overlook the stumbling blocks, or they found some other mechanisms whereby you can still go international. And that's what we want to look at. Fortunately, for example, on the continent, for ECOWAS's Court of Justice allows you to bring a case before the court any point in time, whether the case has started at just the lowest court level or wherever. So that the ECOWAS Court of Justice does away with this demand for exhaustion of local remedies. This is a major leap forward for promoting human rights issues in the sub-region, which we should know, at least those within the sub-region should know of and utilize. So we also go to General Comment 13 of the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights on the right to education. And here we also see reference to what we do, that again it is backed by international law. It says academic freedom includes the liberty of individuals to express freely opinions about the institution or system in which they work. So freedom to criticize, freedom to critique, and express opinions. Dr. Kakuru is saying that he's not a spokesperson for the university, so if he speaks anything outside, he's criticized. Here, the law is on our side and says to fulfill their functions without discrimination or fear of repression by the state or any other actor, to participate in professional or representative academic bodies like ours, and to enjoy all the internationally recognized human rights applicable to other individuals in the same jurisdiction. Okay, so this is with reference to the right to education general comments. And so now we want to look at the special procedures that are available, which enable us to bypass the stumbling blocks that states have put in our way. And so the special procedures, it can be an individual or independent experts or a working group. And they are appointed by the Human Rights Council, which is a body in Geneva that seeks to promote human rights in various ways. They are not universal UN staff members. That's why they are called independent experts. And they are not paid by the UN, but they are on some form of honorarium, and sometimes they even use their own money to do their activities and later on get paid and so on. So they enjoy that freedom, and so long as they are interested in human rights issues, and especially there's a particular rapporteur who is very much interested in academic freedom issues. In fact, we tried to even invite her for this program, but again, she was also engaged with some UN activities, so she couldn't make it. So we need to rely on this special procedure system to be able to also deal with academic freedom issues that we may face at the domestic level. So what are the special functions? The special procedures, they engage in alerts, advocacy, and then what they also call activate. So in alerting, they do, they address specific situations and issues, and they produce what we call early warning systems or preventive action. So when you submit your concerns to them, and the issue is something that is happening or is about to happen, then they will issue these alerts. And the alerts will go to the particular state that is responsible for the violation or is about to violate international law. Okay. Then they also advocate on behalf of victims where the violation has already happened or taken place. Then they can direct you and advise you on what steps to take within the UN system to have your issue addressed. And they can still contact the state and say that this is what you have to do. They will refer the state to the various treaties and protocols that they are party to and say based on that, they are not making a judgment as such, but they are saying that, please, by reference to these protocols and treaties and so on, you are supposed to at least respond to the questions that we ask and to see what is the way forward, so that they'll try and do some form of alternative dispute resolution, if you like. Then they activate and mobilize the international and national communities to address particular human rights issues. They can refer your matter to the Human Rights Council. They can refer it to, of course, the Human Rights Council also reports to the General Assembly and so on. So that way, this matter, which is local, will become international, and some action could be received out of that. Now, there's a difference or some differences with treaty-based bodies. I already mentioned that. With the treaty-based system, you have to exhaust local remedies. Your country may be a state party to, let's say, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And academic freedom is connected to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. But you exhaust local remedies, and you have proved that you have exhausted local remedies, you didn't get what you were asking for. And that's why you're going international. Before you can bring your case to the treaty bodies set up to deal with such cases. So you can see the stumbling blocks here, but with the special
IDRC, International Development Research Center. C'est un organisme qui dépend du ministère des Affaires étrangères canadien et qui utilise les impôts, les taxes Canadian Taxpayer, pour financer la recherche cutting edge, la recherche innovante sur les questions de droits humains dans les pays du Sud. Donc il y a aussi, je pense, ils ont notamment financé CDD ici au Ghana. Donc je pense qu'il y a beaucoup aussi au niveau de la question du financement. On pourrait partager ensemble tous ces moyens de financement qu'on a pour financer nos recherches qui sont subversives et donc peut-être dépréciées au niveau national et qui sont différentes à mettre en œuvre. Donc il y a aussi peut-être un moyen d'utiliser la coopération internationale pour financer ces recherches qui sont mal vues au niveau national. Ça, c'est mon deuxième point. Et peut-être mon dernier point, c'est que je n'ai pas arrêté de me demander depuis le début de la session, est-ce qu'on avait vraiment une... Enfin, on la professeure
academic freedom. I heard the professor from Juba who talked about decision making that is a little difficult within universities. I also listened to one of my colleagues that said she is the only woman in her union who have experienced harassment within the university. And inclusion. Can we talk about academic freedom without considering the case of women? In Ghana, how many women have PhDs?
Entendre qu'elles ne pouvaient pas faire de recherche dans le Nord, on va à l'Est, Togo, Bénin, on va à l'Ouest, Côte d'Ivoire.
We will go to Togo, Benin, and Côte d'Ivoire. In the northern part of Africa, it's a little difficult. It's only men who could do PhDs. So there are a lot of ways to talk about do not harm, especially for women researchers. So we have the good practice from Niger, but I was asking myself if the PhD students in Niger have the same understanding of academic freedom in the Sahelian region, especially considering the security context. And women and young women are a little vulnerable in that region. That is what I want to share. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Okay, so we have a few questions, but unfortunately, because we have almost exhausted our time for snacks. So after that, there will be room for more questions and comments. I promise I'll give you that space. So can we please go for RDC in Central Africa. But Republic du Congo is not part of ECAS. Okay, so therefore, they yes, sir.
Prof, thanks so much. I want to go with what Prof suggested earlier. Since we know the zones, West Africa, East Africa, Central, West Africa, and then South Africa, can we get the coordinators for this?
Yes,
and then
that's the next thing.
Yes, the coordinators can now have the responsibility based on existing membership. They can, or else we will continue
because
to...
we wanted all of us to agree, because if the coordinators go and say, oh, you belong to East Africa, and then Nana group also say you belong
to South Africa. I get what you mean.
So can we agree that Republic du Congo is part of SADC, but RDC is part of Central Africa? Okay, I think. Sorry. No, this Congo is part of SADC, Republic of Congo. No, they belong to two organizations. They belong to the Central African grouping, and they also belong to SADC. No, yes, I'm talking about RDC. So for that matter, we are saying that for convenience and to increase the number of Central Africa group, we put them in Central Africa. But Republic of Congo does not belong to Central Africa, that regional economic community, ECAS. They don't belong there. Also, they don't have any union at all. REC. Is that the case? You don't belong to any regional economic group? No, you are DRC. Kinshasa. Okay. So Congo Republic is not represented. Okay. Okay. So then we'll put Republic of Congo in Central Africa. Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you. So I think the matter is resolved. So now, can we get volunteer interim leaders for each of these? West Africa, by popular acclamation, West Africa. Central Africa, Cameroon is leading. Central Africa, we got Central Africa, West Africa. South Africa, Southern Africa, Botswana. We need only, okay, you can form your, whatever arrangement you have. Is a Leviathan, whether it's one government or, so that's fine. We have somebody there. Then East Africa. Kakuru, yes, okay. Kakuru for East Africa. North Africa, Yusra will be there for us. So we have our regional interim leaders. Let's clap for them. Okay, so leaders. Ghana. Yeah. Okay. So leaders, interim leaders, you have 1 week to report back, confirming your membership. And then you let us know if you have, finally you are all covered in West Africa, so you don't need new members. But the others, let us know how far it's, the potential is to bring in the those lost in the in the wilderness, so that we can get a complete everybody coming on board. Okay, so that's sort of, so we'll be contacting you separately and then we move it forward. So I think we are done with that particular aspect of the topic. We now look at the African principles. And so, like we also mentioned here and there, we are saying that, in fact, in some of my own writings, I consider academic freedom as colonized and in need of decolonization. So the point is that we need a form of academic freedom that speaks to the African experience. But we also need to recognize that a critical mass of the academic freedom components are universal. It cuts across every region. And in fact, unfortunately, one of the presenters of the research teams couldn't join us. His work, or their team work, is focusing on ancient African universities and the kind of academic freedom they practiced in those universities. So there are also some unique aspects of it. So we consider it as a kind of relative universalist approach to academic freedom. And so that's the basis for developing the African principles. And a lot of the things that we discussed here, we noticed that they cut across, our experiences cut across. So we're going to use that. And fortunately, Dr. Kabumba is also in his presentation looked at that issue, looking at the indicators that we want to use for the developing African principles. We have the global principles, which scholars at risk help us to develop. And Dr. Kakuru referred to them in his presentation. The Inter-American system also have their own unique system, Inter-American principles on academic freedom. So we also want to develop our own. There may be issues that cut across. There may be issues that will differ based on our colonial experience and other factors. So we're going to put all these documents together and then use it as a basis for our discussion. So we want people who are interested in contributing to this discussion. In the African system, we also have the Kampala Declaration, and in May, they came up with an annex to the Kampala Declaration. There is the Juba Declaration. There is the Dar es Salaam Declaration. We're going to put all these documents together, and out of it, develop the African principles. So we'll be meeting online once a month, okay, with the draft that we're going to develop, starting next year, maybe January or February. And then when we meet on a monthly basis, we would have reviewed the draft that we have. We add and take out and so on and so forth. And then within the year, we should come up with the African principles. So there may be people here who are not present, who are in your group, who have done some work on academic freedom. You as leaders or your groupings should let us know such people. You may contact them and say that this is the project we're embarking on. Are they willing to come on board? Then we can get the team that will be the core team that will start this process. Anybody here as well, and you are all members or leaders of your associations. You form the nucleus. Unless you are not interested, we will consider you as part of the team, and so that we can start the process from there. But where you feel that you may not have the time, or you think that your expertise is not in academic freedom per se, that is no problem. You certainly can find somebody within your region to represent that region. So please, let's give ourselves 1 week to get responses as to who will be interested in being part of this activity. Or you help us to, it may take a little more time to identify who is in your region. But let's start that process as well, so that we say, since we are going to start in January, we give ourselves up to the end of the year to identify the team that we say is going to start the process. Are we in agreement? Okay, good. So that means we have summarized and we have completed the second activity topic on the calendar. That takes us to lunch is 1:30. So, so we have one more activity, and we'll finish before lunch. We'll finish before 1:30 so that we can go for lunch. And in fact, to help us to also have to plan, have enough time to leave for the trip. So the last session is summary of outcomes and commitments, and the adoption of resolutions and next steps. Of course, the next steps, we've covered a lot of it. So this morning, I submitted a draft, a zero draft, if you can call it so. That summarizes the key issues we discussed. I probably should take my time to read it quickly, at least the key points. Okay, so I can skip the first two paragraphs and say, affirming the absence of a body representing National Association of Staff Associations across the continent, noting the critical role that such a body can play in the promotion and protection of academic freedom on the continent. Observing that a continental body shall need sub-regional groupings of NASAs to serve as the substructure to ensure the continental body's durable existence and relevance on the continent. We should put it on there. Again, how do we do that? How to project it? Because we submitted it already, I just thought we can say that everybody has read it. Okay, we can. For the resolution, I'm still working on it, and so hopefully I'll submit it this evening, and then we can take the weekend to also look through it, so that we can share it on Monday. University World News is happy to do a report on this conference for us, and so that will also be an important way to give us publicity. And I'm sure they will want to refer to at least some of the resolutions that we pass here. Okay, we need to make it bigger for us. We have to do it from here. It's okay. It can. You have to shift it. Or no, I think it's a seat. This space. So maybe 350. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, yeah, affirming the absence of a body representing, that is National Academic Staff Associations across the continent of Africa, noting the critical role that such a body can play in the promotion and protection of academic freedom on the continent. Observing that a continental body shall need sub-regional groupings of NASAs to serve as a substructure to ensure the continental body's durable existence and relevance on the continent. Recognizing the important role that sub-regional groupings can play in providing solidarity, a common platform for collective action and support to NASAs in their struggle for recognition of their right to academic freedom. hereby resolve as follows, that we shall form interim SRGs and appoint interim executives to work with ACAF in reaching out to NASAs in our regions, which could not attend the conference and bring them aboard. There's something missing there, but I guess we understand what the mission is. Sorry? On board, okay. All right, thank you. So we'll fix that. 2, SRGs shall develop working relationship with ACAF, with the latter providing technical support to the SRGs as its coordinator to shape the vision and mission of the SRGs and provide frontline support in their quest to enhance the promotion and protection of academic freedom in their sub-regions. 3, SRGs shall collaborate with ACAF to design a model strategic plan to guide their joint operations towards the ultimate establishment of a continental body. ACAF shall work with SRGs to develop relationships with think tanks and civil society organizations with cognate mandates to that of ACAF and the SRGs that operate in the sub-regions and across the continent to provide mutual support and assistance and collaborate in activities relating to the promotion of human rights and democracy, science, and sustainable development. SRGs shall share academic freedom incidents within their countries and the sub-region with ACAF for purposes of documentation and advocacy in conjunction with the SRGs. Where necessary, ACAF shall rely on SRGs to corroborate academic freedom incidents it monitors through the media landscape. 7, SRGs shall identify and report critical cases of academic freedom violations to ACAF to decide effective joint advocacy actions to address the violations. 8, SRGs shall collaborate with ACAF in identifying scholars and activists in the field of academic freedom and the common trends on academic freedom on the continent, to work with other relevant players to formulate the African principles on academic freedom. 9, ACAF shall work with SRGs to identify scholars at risk in their sub-regions, to promote and protect their academic freedom and provide temporary sanctuary where necessary and where possible. 10, the SRGs shall be guided and supported to form a relationship with the regional economic communities in their sub-regions. I mentioned some, but the list is not exhaustive, so we'll look at the rest of them. 11, ACAF shall work with SRGs and the ultimate continental body of SRGs to be formed in the foreseeable future, to develop working relations with the Association of African Universities and the All African Students Union, both of which are based in Accra. Issued at the School of University of Ghana, Legon, on the 14th of November. So that is a summary of the outcomes and the commitments we are making out of this conference and what is going to guide our post-conference activities. If there's anything missing, anything you want us to capture, or any of the points that you think is not relevant, or if there's any way we want us to reformulate each of the provisions, or even grammatical errors and so on, please feel free to do so over the weekend so that we can officially issue it as part of the conference communique. Okay. And please, let's also note that the publications, we asked you to submit a draft paper, and in addition to the slides. The draft paper is going to be published next year as part of the conference proceedings will be published next year, and then so the language in which you write it will remain as that language. We don't ask Portuguese or French to translate. It should be in your original language. Okay, and if necessary, we'll look at translating all of them into a Portuguese book, one only on French, one only in English. So we'll look at that possibility. But for now, write in your own language and then do the submission. So from early next year, we will be contacting you after we have had time to review the submissions. Then we suggest we go to the editorial process. We agree on footnoting, formatting, and those kind of things. Yeah, so that hopefully by middle of June or early part of the next half of the year, we should be able to get the book out. Okay. So the floor is open for questions and comments. Your work will also feature your keynotes. Yes, so please get ready for us. Dr. Yanzi.
Is really to say this is very well done. I was wondering about the future, and I want to celebrate all of us for doing this, coming up with this document. One of the things that's missing for me is there are two of us, at least, that I've identified who are exiled African scholars, people who are in prison. There are those of us who belonged to countries, and there are academic scholars who are in prison today. They are refugees in countries where they cannot claim belonging to a state. And so the AU categorizations do not work for us. I'm an East African, but in terms of my former academic staff association, when he was introducing me, he said, I'm an ex-member. But actually, I would like to know where those of us who are in exile belong if we want to participate, because I think already we are left out. We are marginalized even before the beginning of the resolutions, and yet we are present here. And I think that if some of you are not yet exiles, you will be tomorrow. And so I think academic freedom, in terms of those of us who have already fallen out and are missing out and cannot participate meaningfully, we are here. We are exiled, we are in prison, we are also criminalized, and sometimes we are thrown out of universities, and our academic association belonging does not really mean anything because we don't belong to any of those boundaries. So where is the place for us there? Refugees, migrants, exiles, imprisoned people, etc., etc.
Thank you. Prof, you want to respond to that? Okay, thank you.
I think she raised a very important point, and I think as we are talking about regionalization, we should take diaspora as one of the components so that we can be able to reach out to our diaspora, and they can also contribute well. Thank you. And they are the really free people. If we are in trouble here, we can just send it to them and they can air it up. Thank you very much.
That was also going to be my contribution. And there's a related project we are doing. Thankfully, we are happy we brought people from exile into the fold, because Dr. Nyanzi, you are not alone. We also have Dr. Abraham here as well, from Eritrea, who is now based in the US. Yes. And we also included in the, as part of the activities, at-risk scholars. So we're going to create a diaspora group that will also contribute uniquely. Yes, because that's a very important component. And we're also working on how we can actually link to exiles, especially African exiles in the diaspora, who for some reason, they may get 1 year contract to do research or teaching, and after that, they are not able to renew their fellowships for them. The number of them outside who end up doing any other job apart from the classroom job to earn a living. And we want to see how we can connect to them and see what ways we can help them to either connect them to universities in Africa, whether to teach even remotely of one way, so that we will not lose that skills and knowledge that they have. So forming that diaspora group will help us a lot to reach out to such people. Thank you. Oh, so your hand was up first, and then we come to you.
Thank you, Prof. Allow me to, my name is Kenneth from Kenya, to just make a small follow-up from the presentations made this morning. In terms of advocacy, there is need for us to involve some of our colleagues already out there so that we can strengthen our voice. I think it would be important for the interim officials to see where they are for purposes of, strengthening this network. Number two, I think from that presentation, the staff union in Kenya is now a labor union. And I think my colleague from Uganda kept on mentioning about us. What has assisted us in Kenya is the fact that the courts are fairly independent. The courts, they are fairly independent about my country. Because I remember he did mention about the emotional resilience. And we just won a court case the other day as I was coming, where our CBA, a collective bargaining agreement of 2017-2021 cycle was not implemented by the government. But the courts came to our aid, and lecturers are going to get money. But finally, I don't know what we are going to do in terms of advocacy. Some of our colleagues, and that has come out a lot, who get to government and actually turn against us. The current deputy president of Kenya is a former professor of law of one of our universities, and is the one who withheld our salaries for 2 months. His language completely changed. Those who thought they were close, but just said, you did not work for 2 months, we do not have salary for you. Finally, the crackdown on the use of titles, and I think somebody mentioned about the case of Ghana. Our current president keeps on reminding us that he is the most educated president the country ever had. He holds a master's, and during graduation, when his name was read, all the students in that class did like this. None of the students saw him in class. And of course, when you earn a PhD, you know what that means when you are deputy president. So some of us have totally refused to call it an earned doctorate, but an aided doctorate. That is okay for us. There is need. A lot of people, in terms of protecting our profession, a lot of people now, in my country especially, every other pastor will say, my name is doctor, bishop, pastor. It's like it has become now a joke of the year. So there is need for us, even as we think about, the amendments, the legislative actions, we also anchor this in our constitutions and university statutes for purposes of protecting the noble job of teaching. Thank you very much.
As well, and this is a very important point. I don't know why the so-called men of God are now grabbing titles, and it's not prophets and bishops anymore, but doctors, professors, and so on. I don't know why they are going that route. And some of them can end a PhD in 6 weeks. And they say that it's by the help of the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. Amen. And so we are facing the same situation here, unfortunately. Okay, so I think as we round up. Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you very much. And I think many of us have said our thank yous to you, Prof, and to ACAF. I just wanted to bring an observation, and I think it could be true for those of us that are seemingly coming from countries that are seemingly peaceful. I'll speak for Zambia. Before now, I'll be very honest with you that I thought we had academic freedom. Because no one is harassing you, they're allowing you to teach and all that. But then when we're doing the activity by Prof, I noticed that in my country, lecturers, academics are among the violators of academic freedom, especially among students. You may not see a lot of state action as far as student activities are concerned, but they'll be very afraid of the reprisal that comes from their lecturers. So a student is not going to be free to talk about what I'm not doing or doing wrong, because at the end of it all, I'll give them a D. So I think these conversations are very important, especially where it's seemingly peaceful. That's where the problems are coming from. If you were to come to my country today, believe you me, even the interpretation of academic freedom is varying because we don't really understand it, because we are peaceful and we're not having issues per se. So I want to really thank the team to say this is an eye-opener for us, and it's a process that we must undergo and discussions that we must have. We learned through these 3 days that some countries have these express provisions in their constitutions. So as we are forming these regional groupings, I think it's important to start thinking about how do we bring others on board. In Zambia, we don't have academic freedom expressed in any constitution, legislation whatsoever, even from the constitution. And I've read our constitution as a union. I'm the vice president, by the way. We don't have that because I think we take it for granted that it's there. And we only cry foul maybe if my contract is not being renewed because I said something. But to look at it from a bigger perspective and from this discussion that we are having, it's something that Zambia needs to wake up to. And I think maybe there could be some countries in here that are falling into that category. So as the teams are looking through the long view, we need to start thinking about how do we bring on board countries that don't have these provisions in their constitutions, in their legislation. Zambia attempted to amend the Bill of Rights in 2016, but because it was a process that was being driven by politicians for selfish gains, it was rejected. So if we are talking about constitutional amendments in Zambia, especially when it comes to the Bill of Rights, it's quite a problematic a topic to discuss. But I think as we are planning and going forward, we must be thinking about how then do we bring everybody on board as far as making it a legal right, not just a practice, so that we are able to move together. Like colleagues have said, even Professor Stella, where we are saying, you might not be an exile today, but tomorrow you may be. So we need to be proactive now in how we are working together and how we are going to be moving the agenda forward for the benefit of everybody, especially those that are seemingly peaceful. I'm worried about that category because then it gives you that laissez-faire attitude because you're not being taken to court, because you're not being told not to say this, you think all is well. But if we leave the situation to remain as it is now, tomorrow we may be talking about people in exile. We may be having the examples of Zimbabwe. We may be having the examples of Uganda. So I really want to urge us to say, can we be proactive? Can we also take note of what is really happening in our countries and be able to be the ones that are going to alert and say, this is what is going on, but not necessarily from a trouble-making perspective, but from the quietness of it all. That's where the trouble is going to steer from. But all in all, Prof, thank you so much, and thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Seychelles.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to report on a peculiar case of Seychelles. The dynamics in Seychelles are a bit different because the university was established in 2009. Prior to that, people had to go overseas to school. And we only have one university, and we don't have any staff association or union that champions the cause with regards to that. The university represents a very key or strategic position in the system, whereby the university represents on academic affairs at the highest level. So my question then is that because we don't necessarily have a structured staff association, etc., how do we fit into the broad context of what we have discussed here? And also, in our case in Seychelles, based on the research that you did for ILO, I see that the indexes, you can see that Seychelles is very high on that index. So academic freedom is not necessarily a big problem in that regard. However, that doesn't say that we can't put structures in place to make sure that this is not infringed in the future. So I wanted to find out how we then fit in this context of what we've discussed here today going forward, since we don't have any academic staff associations in that regard. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yes, I think there are one or two situations like Seychelles. And there are some places to where there used to be unions, but they've gone defunct. I think South Sudan has a similar situation. And so what we plan to do is to actually have a separate conversation with countries with such situations. But the first question for those that don't have the association at all is whether you have trade unions in the first place, or trade unionism is recognized in your laws. Because this is where academic freedom association, academic staff associations arise from. So if you have that, then we can talk to the next level, which is the reason for having or the need for such an association. For example, do you have academic freedom in your constitution? Or is there any law that talks about academic freedom? Then we can say that we have two important pieces of legislation or laws that can be used to support the formation of a union. And then the next thing is to present it in such a way that we are not saying it is confrontational or it's coming about because there are violations and so on. But we want to use it as a basis to develop better relationship within the university with students and with government, so that it will be a way to recognize it as something that is not meant to cause any problem or any trouble. But then in your mind, the idea is that you want to achieve these goals, but you also want to offset any possible future violations, or if they happen, you have the tools to be able to fight back. Yeah. So we'll have further conversations with you and two or so other universities with similar situations. Prof, yes, maybe you will you have the last word.
Tenho que ter a certeza que todo mundo vai me ouvir, então.
I just want to make sure that everybody's listening to me, so I'm waiting for you. So this pause is very important. I guess everybody can listen to me very well now. Can I go ahead? Every time we Angolan or Mozambique that we participate in this kind of meeting, we always uh, are put outside because most of the African people they speak English, and because we speak Portuguese, we look like a foreigner in our own continent. So I just wanted to say, first I want to thank the invitation that AKF did to Angola. My name is Daniel Joaquim. I'm from Angola. I'm the director of the Center of Human Rights in the Catholic University in Angola. I'm very impressed with this meeting since the first day for this meeting to be part of this project, and also we want to invite uh, Professor Kojo for a lesson or a teaching via Zoom about academic freedom, and it was happened and was really good. We had a possibility to have Professor Kojo about academic freedom via Zoom, and as for the mic, aside my colleague from Zambia, Angola, we had a different reality because I already said yesterday, Angola, the academic freedom is a fundamental right. Is part of the constitution of Angola, in the Article 43 of the Angola Constitution. But because you can see that we have a different reality in Angola because for the other side we put the academic freedom in the constitution, but in the other side this same academic freedom is managing by the government. So we don't have any neutral institution that that manages the academic freedom, and we professors of the Catholic University in Angola is a private university in Angola. We have public university, and we have a private university in Angola. Most of the time, most of the intervention about social, about the exercise of the academic freedom is 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 not being made of from teachers from the public or private university, and this brings a lot of problem because the the teachers from the private university are being put aside in the exercise of public exercise academic freedom. Most of the teachers in the private university they don't have access in the publish of their own book. Most of the these teacher when they write a book, they do everything and then launch in Portugal, and that they have a they have a really close relationship between the Angola government and the Portugal government. Uh, mo- Most of these teachers' book that belongs to the private university, they are they are, they normally they stop the book from the airport to enter the Angola nation, and this reality is very worrying because there is a violation of this right actions that will realize will help us to understand how can you deal with this controversial reality because this same academic freedom is being made for most of the teachers that are being that accept to be part of this two side. This is my contribution about this project. We are open and we want to promote this type of activity in our country, and we think beyond to have subregional leaders, we also need to have representative according to the language. For us that we speak Portuguese, most of the time we are being most of the time we are putting aside most of the material that are that are sent via email. Most of these emails are most of the time are in English, and we don't have opportunities to to co- to discuss this academic freedom in our context. So I think that ACAF also should look on this idea, if, even though the coordinators in this sub-region, most of their language, they are native English speakers. So I think like ACAF also needs to think about representative to just to facilitate the experience sharing about academic freedom in the little country. Thank you so much.
Obrigado. I think the point is well said, and it's a serious issue of academic freedom important that we need to seek to address. And so your points are well noted, Prof, and we'll certainly respond to that. I think it needs private, individual response. So we'll look at the context and see how we can react to that. In fact, the whole idea of private universities, largely, ECAF hasn't taken serious attention to the subject matter of private universities. But it's certainly something that we'll come to because they all form a critical component of the university system. Okay, thank you very much. Prof, the last point, yes, we had supposed to have spoken earlier, so I'll give you, yes, please.
À amender ou à améliorer le texte.
Oui.
Le texte.
We were invited to improve on the text, which has to be validated today. And I wanted to suggest that we give 5 to 10 minutes to everyone so that each group can focus on the amendments and check if there is anything to change or to suggest. I have already done the work and I have sent it, but I think looking at the structure, it is not really clear, so we can look at it now. Thank you very much.
I actually want to put it in I don't know what the name is, the format where we can all edit at the same time. Well, Google Doc, yes, so that the French document will be there, the English one and the Portuguese one. So I think that's how we'll do it. My hardworking administrative officer is here. She has skills in that, and she's always laughing at me when I'm not able to edit work that she puts on Google Doc. So we'll do that so that anybody within your language area, you can just go there and edit simultaneously. I think that can help solve the problem for us. So,
members, sorry, I'm coming back. Kindly give me my assessment, the one you wrote in the morning, the feedback on the questions. Yes. Did you write? Yeah. Kindly give me. Yes, I want the scores. Yes. Thank you. Write the total at the end and give it to me.
Actually, can you show by hand again so that we can record the figures? They are interesting. I think we can use it as part of our report. So can we start the country that scored 15 out of 15? How many? None. 14 out of 15. You scored 14. That is 1. 14. Sorry? 14. 14, but 15. Is it 15? Yes, yes. So you have 14? Okay. So 14, we have 1. 13 out of 15. Who is the one? No, I'm asking those, you are not included. I want to record. Okay, I'm recording here, so don't worry. And then I'll know the names. So 13, Nigeria. 1, sorry. Yeah, raise your hand at once. 13. A number of people who scored 13. 1, okay. 12. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. Let me write down the name, the country. Zambia, Botswana, Eswatini. Which other? Sierra Leone, Kenya. There's one more. Cote d'Ivoire. And Mozambique? No, okay, all right. Then 11. 11, Liberia. 1, 2, Burkina, yes. Okay, 2. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Zimbabwe, Mauritius, Tanzania. Johannes. Guinea. Yeah, and one more. Who else? We have 5. DRC. Cabo Verde, right? Okay. Number 10. Okay, so 9. Those who scored 9. Okay, we haven't got to 5 yet. So those who scored 9. Okay. 1, 2. Ethiopia, Uganda. Those who scored 8. Okay. Benin. Malawi. Okay. Benin. Togo. So 3. 4. Senegal. Okay. Those who scored 7. Mozambique. Only 1. Okay, Cabo Verde. 6. 1, 2, 3. Okay. South Sudan, Rwanda, Lesotho. 5. Guinea-Bissau. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cameroon. Somalia. Another Mozambique, okay. So you differ. Of course. Burundi, so 5. 4. You have 4, right? Morocco. Okay, 4. Those who scored 4. Nobody scored 4. 3. Seychelles. 4 is Morocco. Oh, okay. Seychelles scored 3. 2. Who scored 2? Who scored 1? Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, 0. I forgot about 0, actually. Okay, thank you. Did you get your responses? Or they have... you all for agreeing to be part of this conference. It was a bit of a challenge trying to do the invitations and get people to respond and to commit to coming. In some situations, people called back and said, no, I'm no more interested. And a few situations like that we had. We also had situations like the Algeria one where the person said, I will just not be able to come. And there are some also who said we cannot participate because we don't have a union. And for some of these people, we said, no, if only you have the expertise, the interest to do it, you come. You are going to be the seed that we want to sow in your country. Okay. So thankfully, we got the responses, and we are here today. There are some situations also where people wanted to, who didn't really qualify to be here, but they wanted to hijack the process. But thankfully, we managed to find the right people to be here. So we are very grateful for your coming, and I think we also showed a lot of camaraderie. There are common issues that we notice run across the different countries. And so we identify certain features that really highlight academic freedom concerns across the continent. We know that generally, as our keynotes indicated, that academic freedom is on the decline globally, and it is affecting us as well. In fact, we have our own challenges, but the autocratic measures to redefine the space for universities to engage in, instead of promoting democracy, to rather engage in autocratic practices. And I said that, well, it may be new to you, but it's not new to us. And so maybe it's time for you to learn from us. And also indirectly, these global northern universities have also been contributing to academic freedom violations in our own countries, through internationalization, for example. So the bottom line is that we have come to recognize that our challenges are not unique. And we have also come to realize that until we come together, we will not be able, and we have also come to realize that until we come together, we will not be able to make a headway. And so long as we have these common challenges, and we also realize that some American group, and there's also one in Southeast Asia for the Southeast Asia group as well. And so we appreciate their support, and going forward, we believe we can do more things, greater things that will help us to reach the goal that we set. We thank the presenters for their presentations, and we also want to take the opportunity to thank those who came on their own to also take part in the session. I'll now leave the floor to Ayabia to do the closing ceremony for us, after which we can go for lunch and then jump on the bus to go to the city center. Thank you. Unfortunately, we could not go to
Hi, everyone. I hope we are all doing so well. Thank you so much. So on behalf of the ACAF team, on behalf of the members of the governing board, I want to say a very big thank you to all of you for traveling all over the continent to be here, for leaving all the work you have to do. I know some of you are very busy. I had to change some of the tickets because, oh, I have a meeting, oh, I have something. And at this time of the year, it's expected. We are wrapping up. There's a lot of work, but we appreciate that you left everything to be here with us because you understand how important it is. And we want to say a very big thank you. Thank you for traveling. Thank you for making time. Thank you for staying through the sessions. Your commitment and everything is well appreciated. We received your documents and everything as well. And we want to assure you that we'll carry on with the work. It doesn't end here, we believe. And I'm excited about some of the responses we got. It's been eye-opening, it's been insightful. And so we hope that the work will continue even after here. As we go back to our various homes, countries, institutions, we'll carry the message across, and together we can continue the fight to protect academic freedom across the continent. I want to thank Scholars at Risk, especially Jack and Saba. They've been with us right from the beginning. They've stayed through, and so we want to thank you all very much. To our other partners, CDD, they were with us during the opening ceremony, and the All Africa Students Union. It's been very good working with all of them, and we appreciate your support. To our research teams, Dr. Kabumba, Dr. Fernandez is also here. Thank you all so much for the work you are putting in. We are hoping to receive your final documents before the end of the year. Yes, unfortunately, Dr. Zavale couldn't join us due to other engagements, but we are hoping to receive his documents as well. And so I think I'm talking too much because my regional director has done a lot of the thanking before. So we'll wrap up, and then I think we can go for lunch and enjoy the tour as well. Thank you. Maybe let me use the only Portuguese word I've learned, obrigado.